Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, friends. Good afternoon, good evening. Happy time zone to you wherever you may be. And happy Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Hey, Harry, how you doing? Hello, Drawn, with the clappies for Drawn immediately. Beautiful landing. Very, very good. Hello, Hunter, and hello, Grumpy. I think I got everyone there. How are we all doing? How's your Wednesday going? And why is... For some reason, Twitch is telling me that my connection is unstable. Why? Does everything seem okay? We're still moving normally? I don't have any dropped frames. What's going on there, Twitch? What are you talking about? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah, literally 0 dropped frames. I don't know what that means. If stream starts to go weird and stuff, let me know, guys. Because everything from OBS seems fine. Weird. I've never seen it tell me anything was unstable before. I'm just gonna pretend everything's fine. Hunter says I'm fine, going great right now. I'm glad. Movement's good, cam quality's the same. Alright, I don't know what Twitch is on about, but it's yelling at me about my bitrate. I don't know what that means. I don't really know what a bitrate is, to be completely honest. I'm here, the stream will get weird. Alright, if the stream becomes unstable and unwatchable, that's what I'm concerned about. The quality of the video, not the actions of the chat. Yeah, what is bitrate? What is bitrate? The amount of data that is processed or transferred in a given amount of time. Okay, literally nothing's changed on my end. I don't know why that would suddenly be too high. But as long as we're not like dropping frames and the audio doesn't sound terrible, I'm just rolling with it. Figure it out, Twitch. It's the rate of bits. Thank you. That's so helpful. So I want to check out and see what the daily is for this real quick, and then we'll probably go do other things. Because we played this a bunch yesterday. I probably want to do a couple races to see if I can get a lower time on that. Ah! I didn't know I could fall out of that. But there's like dailies or something to get the things. So where's that? There was like a board, I think. Is it this thing? Can I click on this? Day 2. Fire all the confetti cannons. How do... Confetti cannons? What confetti cannons? There's confetti cannons and I can fire them? Ooh, coins. Do I have these coins? Ooh, coins. Confetti cannons. Okay. Where are they? Show me the this is a confetti. Nope, that's just a person. I thought that was a confetti cannon. You lied to me. You lied to me, person. Oh! I guess this is the roller coaster. How do I get on the roller coaster? Is that what this is back here? We didn't do the roller coaster. But this thing was like, hot shot, shoot all the targets on the roller coaster. I'm like, I don't even know where the roller coaster is. Excuse me, pardon me, cutting the line. The roller coaster is one of my favorite parts of the office, but the new game drop is starting to take over the upper floors. Help us out by shooting any targets you see along the ride. Cool, I found another game to play. Oh, you're in here right now? On the ground by the clocks. Oh, that's a confetti cannon? Oh! Thank you. Thank you, Grumpy. I want to ride the roller coaster now that I know where the roller coaster is. I didn't... Okay, it's dark. It's dark. Eh. What are the targets? Am I supposed to hit the eyes? Oh, there's the targets. Target! Target! No! Yeah. Nope, nope, more. Yeah. Oh, there's ones right here. Give me that one. Nope. Dang it. I'm bad at this. I should probably pay attention to the ones that are right in front of me, maybe. There we go. Like that. Nope. Nope. Hit the ones. Well, there's more to hit. Again. Again. Okay, I'm gonna be better this time. I'm gonna be good at this. I'm gonna hit the targets, now that I know what the targets look like. Like that one. Got it. Nope. No, I missed one. I missed one of them. Which one did I miss? They pop back up again? Is that what just happened there? Excuse me, pardon me. I bought the fast pass. Hello, Keldon. How are you? We found the roller coaster in the event thing. So I'm gonna hit all the targets. All right, we're gonna stay facing forward. Facing forward. Okay, that one. Can I not hit that one? Okay, 4, 5. 8. Nope. Get that one. Get that one. No! No! I feel like I missed it again. No, which one did I miss? Fire all cylinders! I'm gonna do it. I don't know which one I'm missing. Do they pop back up again? Is that what's happening there? I'm getting confused. Jules! Hello, 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 hello. How are you? Jules, have you played any of the event thing yet? Are you working right now? You're probably working right now. You're such a hard worker. Don't work too hard, okay? Don't work too hard. Did I get that one? Okay. Which one am I missing? Oh, did I get it? I got him! All 12. I'm still throwing them. You've already hit the spoon. Then stop giving it back to me. I did it! It's only 1 or 2 per level. Well, if they'd stop popping up again, I wouldn't keep hitting the same ones. You've already hit this. Well, why is it here again? Make it go away. It's distracting. But I did it! Go me. Alright, so there's confetti cannons. Like that one. We hit that one. Are there more? Also, I have 1,000,000 coins. Like 500,000 coins. I guess maybe let's go to the different areas. I don't see another one down here, so maybe there's one in like each area or something. Grumpy, when you're saying there's 1 or 2 per level, you mean the targets, right? Not the confetti cannons. Okay. Is this the race? I guess I'll do the race. I bet there's a confetti cannon at the end. Here we go. Yeah. Run, run. No! Oh God, that's not good. Oh! Confetti cannons, okay. Oh, I forgot to engage the elytra. Well. Really? Jump. Jump. Oh my God. Ow! Alright, this is just a practice round. This is just the practice round. Alright, I'm bad at the jumping. I'm bad at the whole thing. That's the actual truth. Engage the elytra. "20 tries to get 2 stars. Oh my God. I think I've only gotten 1 star so far. I haven't done it 20 times yet, but I've done it probably like half a dozen times, at least. Oh, dang it. Swim! Faster! Go faster! Nope. Hey! Still not. My highest score is 118 seconds. Look, a confetti cannon. Look, another confetti cannon. Alright, I want to go get the confetti cannons and then we'll come back and do this. So where do we want to go next? Oh, I could have just transported somewhere instead of going back to the lobby. Woo. Alright, the bit rate still... I don't even know what that means. Alright, where to now? We just went... This isn't the one we went to, right? No. Hello, where are your confetti cannons? Sir, where do you keep your confetti cannons? How's the coffee? Everybody, I got my coffee. Let's just chill with the illagers and have some coffee. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. I agree, the workload is much too high. Yes. Are you all joining us in this lovely conversation? Mm-hmm. Anyway, back to work. Where's the confetti cannons? Where are you keeping the confetti cannons? Have I gotten these coins? Yes. Alright. Where is that? Is it up there? Do I have to do the parkour again? It seems like it's up there. Found it. All right, is there another one in here? I don't hear any other ones going off. So maybe it's just the one in here. This parkour is much easier than the blue level. Yes, yes. Oh my god, I had to use a jump boost thing to get through the other one. Alright, I think that maybe is the only one in here. So I'm gonna... Okay, we've been... I think that's where we just were for the race. Mob factory. Let's go there. You made it through without the jump boost? I could not get the one where you hit your head on the pipe. I couldn't do that one to save my life. I don't know what the trick was, but somebody stood near me and threw a jump boost at me while I was trying to do that. And I was like, oh my god. There's jump boosts. I don't have to deal with this. So shout out to that person yesterday who was like, here, just use this. And I'm like, okay, that sounds better than doing that for forever. Is there one up there? Do I have to go? Oh god, this is the area with the sound. I hate the sounds in this area. They're so loud. We're gonna lower the volume. Audio. Let's just... It's still so loud. Why are these sounds so intrusive? We got that coin. Where's the confetti cannons here? There wouldn't be confetti cannons in the games, would there be? Like, I don't have to go in there to hit a confetti cannon, do I? Oh, there's one. Yeah. Pew. Ooh, there's coins up there. Can I get there? Okay, I'm gonna do it. That's not how you do this, apparently. Do I jump from... Do I have to jump from up there? To the corner? Oh, there's slime. There's slime. You bounce off the slime. You bounce off the slime. Haha. Nope. That's not how. Try again. I want the coins. Hey. How do I do this? Am I not hitting it? Do I have to jump at a certain time? No? Is that not how I do this? Maybe that's not how you do it. Maybe the slime's just there for decoration. Probably not. I can't do it. Let's go... Were we just in the QA department? We haven't gone to the biome labs. I don't think. You had to just sprint at a slight angle? Oh. I'll go back. I'll have to go back. Oh, look, a confetti cannon. Oh, look, another confetti cannon. Are there more? Are there more confetti cannons that I missed? Bumblebees. Oh, armadillo. Oh, these are so cute. Oh, maybe there are some down in the biomes. Little Foxy. This is cute. So cute. Whee. Hello, yes. Do you guys have confetti cannons in the good place? I'm sorry, the good lands? No? Doesn't look like you do. I feel like this place should have confetti cannons. Just saying. I think that would make the good lands even gooder. Can I not go any higher than this? So if there's not one in there, there's probably not one in like the diamond area either. Hello, polar bear. But let's check just in case. Nope, I don't think so. Alright, let's go back to here and try to be better at parkour. We'll try. Yep, excuse me. Yes, you fired it. Good job. So, am I supposed to get there? Where's the small pile of boxes? Or to there? That's very far. That's not gonna work. Maybe I have to get to that side. Maybe if I move my whole body in real life with it. Oh, do I bounce off the slime onto this tiny corner part? Is that it? Oh, I was so close. Come on. So close. It wasn't actually that close. Nope. Nope. How do you do it so easily? That person did it like it was nothing. Mm-mm. Gotta go slightly to the side. Slightly to the side. Oh, come on. Oh, come on! Do it. I feel like I can make it straightforward if I do things right. Parkour is not easy. I hate parkour. Hey, I made it. Okay, all right. Hey, we did it. Hey, we did it. All right, so what? Then I have to go across there to that one? Great. This surely will be super easy. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yay! All that for 10 coins. But I did it. I made it. Did I get those coins? Did I get these? I probably got these already. No, I didn't. Okay. Alright, did I get these coins? Yes. Alright, now where? Do we think there's a confetti cannon up there? They wouldn't do that to us, right? They wouldn't make me go through that again, right? Right? I think we must be missing one somewhere else. Let's go back to the lobby. So we hit this one. Surely there's another one down here. Maybe on the other side. Ooh, we're doing a Q drop. Let's wait for Keldon to finish his drop real quick. Right into the corner there, Keldon. All right, we're doing a Q drop, folks. Exclamation point drop and an emote of your choice. What do I want to drop? Let's drop bundles, because why not? Why not? All right, I'm going to set a timer for about 5 minutes. Set timer, 5 minutes, please. Thank you. And in 5 minutes, we'll all drop together. What's going on over here? Oh, I turned all the sounds down. I guess I can turn it back up again. I think we're somewhere around there. Alright. I need another confetti cannon. It's just the one down here? Oh, now I see the roller coaster. I probably should have known the roller coaster was in here if I'd looked up. Lab coats. Lab coats, lab coats. Okay, where else could it be? Maybe in the race? Could there be one in the race? Let's go do the race again. I could probably get through one race before the drop has to go. That gives you a little time. Gives you a little bit of time to get your drops in. Whee! Okay, not one over here. All right, here we go. And 1, 2, 3. Aw, oh, man, almost made it. Ah. I really don't understand those things. Oh no! Well. We just coaxed over the entire thing. Almost. Skip the whole race. Oh, dang it. Okay, alright, coasting. We're coasting. Run. Jump! Oh my god, almost made it. Run, 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 run. Run, run, run. Oh no, we're in the water. New recipe. What? Why did I just get a new recipe unlocked? I'm in the middle of a race. What? Oh no. Not any better than my other score. Hey, Khaki Kayaks, how are you doing? Did I hit both of the confetti cannons down here? What ones am I missing? Ooh, there's coins. So maybe there are confetti cannons in there, but you can't really go back from there anyway. Well, it's time for the cue drop, folks. You got your drops in? You got your drops in, folks? Hey, Jojo, get a drop in. We're gonna do a cue drop right now. You're just in time. Khaki Kayaks, if you'd like to get one in as well. Jojo's in the drop. Welcome in, I got Sap. Welcome to the drop. We're all gonna drop together in just a moment. Let's see if anybody else wants to get in before we go. Are we all staying hydrated? I'm gonna take a sip of my water. There we go. Hydrating with coffee. I got coffee too. We can have some coffee too. This is the mug I stuck my alien sticker to. See? It's so shiny. Holographic sticker. The little emote. It's the little emote. We've also got other stickers on here. We have a tiny Jessie Yell sticker. And the boba emote that I made for Jojo. Not Jojo, for Tripwire. Tripwire's emote. She sent me a sheet of the stickers. So, yeah, last call on getting in for the drop. We're going to be starting in... Ava, hello, hello. Do you want to get in on the queue drop? We're starting it in just a second. All right, starting the countdown. We're going 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. We're dropping. Look at us go. Look at us go. What's going to happen today, folks? We're all bouncing around a bit. Oh no! Who just bumped me? Who just bumped me? Everybody, get away! Get away! We're all in the corner now. Who did that? Oh, will Grumpy land on the very edge? No! Nobody landed! No! Boo! Well, no clappies, because nobody won. Let's just erase that embarrassment. Goodbye. What cue drop? What cue drop? There was no cue drop. We'll do better next time. Exactly, Jules. Let's just get rid of that real quick. Oh, look. Now you can all drop again. Do better this time. I say like you have any control over it. I'll do my little spaceship. What's gonna happen? Let's see. Oh, Hunter seems to be in a decent position to land. Very good there, Hunter. Excellent drop. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, Grumpy might be coming in as well. Get in the snow pile, Grumpy. You can do it. Come on, Grumpy. Land! Land! No! Too far, Grumpy. Too far. But clappies for Hunter. Did you see that? Beautiful. 95. Yay, Hunter. Okay, shall we do the race again? I think we should do the race again. Okay, this way. And then we'll try to figure out where the confetti cannons are. Alright, here we go. We're running. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're jumping, we're missing things. And we're still running, we're still running, we're jumping. We're doing really bad, actually. Oh, there we go. There's a jump and another jump. Nailed it. Look at me go. Oh, God. We sent ourselves flying. I'm stuck on the edge of the ladder. Go. Up the ladder. Okay, speedy. Speedy, speedy, speedy. Okay, speedy. This way. And that way. Okay, and up. Here we go. And... my God, I don't know what to do with those. And we're flying. Oh, no, we landed too fast. I was going to try to go over some of that stuff. Not today, though. Too fast. I'm not used to running that fast. Okay, there we go. Around. And we jump. And we jump to the next one. And we jump up that one. And that one. Okay, nailed it. Oh, yes. That's the best I've done there. And then I forgot my elytra. Can we still coast through here? Yes. Oh, we hit the thing. That was a solid block. Silly me. Is there a shortcut over there? Is that a shortcut? Oh, missed the jump. That's okay. Oh, I think that's another shortcut on the left there. Possibly. Ugh, always in the water. Every single time. Run. Oh my God, stop getting caught on the edge of the ladder. No! Oh, oh. I was 0.1 seconds slower than my high score. I really do love this little event. I think it's so cute. All the little characters that are everywhere. Okay, shall we try again? What if we try with a speed boost right out the bat? Ready? Ugh. Keep going. Why am I so slow? Don't know what to do with those. And over this way. Oh, nailed it. Okay. Jump, 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 jump. Oh no, I was doing so well. Okay, down. And up through. Nope, through here, over here. Oh no. What's this way? I feel like that's a shortcut. Ah, in the water. It's okay. Doing alright. Move, 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 move. Move! Faster! Oh, I think I beat my score. New high score. I did it. Did anyone else land while I wasn't paying attention? Oh yeah, we have a clap command now for as long as Nightbot maintains a subscription. Earn 2 stars in each minigame. I did it. Complete 3 daily challenges. Earn 3 stars in each minigame. Complete 5 daily challenges. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait to actually do some of the little stickers. Think I've done everything else though. I want to try one more time though. I feel like we did really well there. Okay. Yeah, this way. All right, here we go. Oh no. Oh. Oh, I had no speed. No! Oh god, this is such a long way. Just wasted all my time. Oh god, I can't see. Okay. And through here. Ah. Missed. Ow. Well, this one's not going to be any better, I can tell you that much. Oh no! That didn't work. Is this a shortcut? So if rather than going right there, if we go here, that seems shorter. No? Alright, we're gonna just take a look around and see if there's stuff I'm missing. Oh, there's coins there. I could go back for them. Coins! This is not going for score. This is just, okay, I think then if we go this way, that this is shorter than going all the way around there. And then if I could just manage to do that when I'm actually in the race, we'd be in business. And then it's just from here, you just go to the finish line. Okay, we're gonna try again. Ha-ha. So what's everyone else up to today? How's your days going? If you're working, I hope that your work day is going well. All right, here we go. Immediately messing up. Yeah, great work. Yeah, that's okay. I can still do good. Jump. What's this? Oh, you can go left over there? Okay. Oh, coins. What are those things? Okay, I guess if you do it right, they send you pretty high up. If you do it right, you can get all the way to the end of that and not have to do it. Okay. Not have to do all the jumps, I mean. Alright, that was pretty good. Alright. Fly. Through here, around. Dang it. Oh no, I didn't jump. Drawn landed! Yay! Clappies, clappies. Alright, I'm gonna try again. Hope you're all not bored of this. Here we go. Oh. I keep not jumping. Alright, there I don't know what happened. Okay. Alright. Oh no, that was my bad. Okay, elytra through here. All right, we're getting to the end, getting to the end, getting to the end, yes. Oh, I missed the jump. I didn't run beforehand. Oh no. Hitting walls. This is fine. This is totally fine. No big deal. Alright, I think this is shorter. Especially if I actually learned how to jump instead of just dealing with the soul stand. I can do that so much better. I can jump. I'm just afraid. I get in my head about it. I'm like, you're gonna miss, and then I miss. You like the race music? It is fun. It's fun. Taking a little sip of coffee. Okay. And here we go. Nope. These things, whatever those are. Okay, flying. All right. Oh, I didn't jump on the last one. That's okay. It's okay. We're still doing pretty good. Okay, through here and around the bend. Go, go, go. Jump. Oh no! I messed up there. It's okay. Jump, 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 jump. Oh no, I fell off the edge of the water. No! Oh no, that was such a waste. I was doing so well. Oh. I was doing so well. The 3-star time? I don't know. I'm getting 2 stars. I'm guessing like maybe sub 100. You have the flying part down. I feel like I have the flying part okay. Thank you. All right. Stretches. We're doing little stretches. Must be sub 100. What are you close to the sub 100, Grumpy? Your best time is 100.5. That's so close. It's got to be sub 100. I imagine it's like 20-second intervals. You just having a good old time? All right, I'm going to take a really short break just to use the restroom real quick. And then we'll do a couple more runs. See how we can do. Oh, but before we go, Hunter would like us all to hydrate. Everybody got their waters? That actually is really refreshing. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Gonna run some ads. Feel free to play dropped. I'll reset it before I go. BRB! Okay, we're back. Found Mulder. Mulder's sleeping on mine and Kong's bed right now. All curled up in the blankets. He looks so happy. So cute. I don't know where Scully is. Scully's probably playing with something. In case any of you wanted an update on what the cats are up to since they're not in here today. Alright, shall we? Shall we go it again? Alright. Alright, here we go. Let's go. Boop, 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 boop. Dang it. Alright. Jump. Jump. Oh, you know what it is? I'm losing my run from after the speed boost thing. Like, I'm not running anymore. I think that's what's happening. Jump, double jump. Ah! Okay. Line through here. No! I hit a wall. No! That messes everything up. I'm not good at this part. Let me out. Ugh. Go, go, faster. Jump, 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 jump. Oh, I jumped too soon. Okay, elytra. Oh no, why did I just disengage the elytra? Well, that was silly. That was silly. My bad. What are you doing over there? Oh, this is not a good score at all. Zoom. Let me up the ladder. Go. Don't confetti me. That was terrible. Okay, here we go. Nailed it. Nope, did not nail that one. Did not nail that. Jump. 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 And jump, 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 jump. Okay. Elytra, okay. Through here. Oh, it didn't do as good as I usually do on that. Ugh. Go. Jump. 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 Yes. Pretty good. Oh, I didn't engage my elytra. Wait, where is my voice coming from? Is anyone else hearing an echo of me? I think I might have unmuted one of my tabs. That or there's a ghost in my house watching my stream right now, which, if so, thanks for the view, ghosty. Dang it. Run. Why didn't I use the speed boost pads? Oh, I found it. My mod view had me slightly unmuted. I hope you enjoyed the double cathedora. I can do better. We can do better. We can do this. We can do it. And here we go. No! I wonder what like the current high scores are, like for real. Jump, jump, speed boost, and whatever the heck those things are. Maybe someday I'll learn how to use them. Jump, okay. Jump, okay. No! Oh, that hurts. Whatever those things are, I feel like they're glitchy. No, not the tree again! Getting in my head. Getting in my head. Okay. Jump, 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 jump. Nailed it. Getting better at that. I just gotta be confident about it. Oh no. Okay, down here, then we go through this, and we turn, and we end up right here. Yes, that was good. Okay, run, jump, jump, run, jump, 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 run. Oh no, I should have gone left. I should have gone left. That's faster left. Jump, 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 jump. Oh no, we're in the water. Oh my god. Go. Go. Unfortunate. That could have been the one. If I didn't mix up so many things. This is not the chill vibes I'm usually here for. Races are stressful. My little heart. I'm like, I can do this. I can do this. Oh no. But we try again. We try again. A little bit of coffee. You seem to handle the jumping better, Grumpy. Oh, and I do the flying part better. Maybe we can combine our skills. I need to be intentional. I just... My hands, when I get stressed, just go like, we're pressing all the things. Things that require precision just do not happen. All right, here we go. Let's go. Jump, 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 jump. Yes. Jump, jump, jump. Turn, run. Okay, jump, 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 jump. Look at me go, look at me go, look at me go. I still don't know what those things do. Jump. Jump, 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 jump. No! I didn't double. I didn't run. Oh, that's gonna be it, isn't it? Okay, Elytra. Okay, here we go. Nailed it. Jump. 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 Yes! Okay, through here. Okay, okay. And yes. Pretty good, pretty good. Jump. Run, run, run. Go. Okay, this side. Jump. Okay. Jump. No, this way. No! I'm in the water. Oh, no! 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 I messed up. I messed up. Jump, 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 jump. Close enough. Better than I've been doing. No, this is going to be so close. This is going to be so... Run. Run. No, oh no, come on. Why'd you gotta go mess things up right at the end there? Ah. So close. My hand hurts. I like jammed my fingers doing that. I've been seeing, so I think I have slight hypermobility in my hands. I've been reading a little bit about this, but like my fingers apparently bend further than they're supposed to, and people aren't supposed to be able to do this apparently, and that I can. I don't know. There's little like finger braces, and I sometimes wonder if that would be beneficial to me in certain things. Like, my fingers just bend backwards pretty far. And I've read that's a thing. Okay. Okay. Jump. Jump. Stupid ladders. Okay, Elytra. Okay, alright, through there. Oh, dang it. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Jump. 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 Oh no, I forgot the last jump. It's okay. It's fine. Oh, I didn't run. I didn't run. No! I know I can do this. I can do it. I'm getting better. I am getting better when I'm not messing up. Okay. Here we go. We go through here. Tight right through here. Almost as good as last time. Okay. Jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump. Jump. Oh, yes. Okay, there we go. Am I still running? I'm still running. I'm still running. Oh, God, we're in the water. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're going up the ladder, around the corner. Okay, jump. Got the last jump. Ah, it's so close again. Confirmed that is alien. I would believe it, honestly. It would make so much sense. But can you do that with your fingertips? I can. Can you bend just your fingertips? Also, sorry if that grosses anyone out. Some people get grossed out by that. I probably should have warned you before I did that. Alright, we're going. We're going. We're going. No time to worry about how gross I am. Jump, jump, jump. Okay. Turn. Go quickly, go quickly, go quickly. No, I forgot to double tap. Sprint! Sprint! No, why am I not sprinting? Guys, I blew it. I blew this one. Nope. I didn't run. I didn't run. I didn't run. It's okay. It's fine. We'll get it the next time. You have a stupid human trick, don't you? Jules. Or, well, something fascinating about you. I don't know that I would call it a trick, actually. Oh, I can't read that. Hold on, let me finish this. It's a... Practice my jumping. Jump, jump, jump. See, I can't do that. Maybe I need to take like a longer route there. Why don't we go back and practice? Can I go back and practice that? I can't go back there, can I? I do it in reverse. Just kidding. Let's just finish this. Okay. Can fall asleep anywhere. Now it's just creepy. Okay, Jules, fair enough. I can move my toe pinky finger. Your toe, what? I don't know what that means. Take a diagonal route. I was thinking I didn't have enough room to jump. So try like a yeah, that makes sense. I'll try that. I'll try to remember to try that. When I was younger, I could crack my knuckles just by squeezing my hands. I don't think I can do that. My wrists crack a lot, though. My ankles, too. Most of my joints crack an awful lot. Okay, a little stretchy, a little stretch, a little stretch. A little sip of water, maybe? Cracking no longer feels good. Oh. Sometimes you get one, it's like, oh, God. And I'm like, I'm too young for this, I think. No, I'm not too... Oh, God. My birthday is next month, guys. Another year come and gone. But that's okay, because I've already been telling people that I'm 33 when I'm not yet. I'm like, I'm 33. And Kong the other day is like, no, you're not. You're not. Bracing myself for it, exactly. I think I was just hoping I was going into another even number. I have a thing for even numbers. I can't help it. I don't know what it is. I like even numbers. So, like, I think I'm so sad to be rolling over to 33. Double odd digits? Gross. Like, no, can we just skip to 34? At least it's doubles. That's true. It is repeating numbers. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, jump, jump. Oh no, I missed the last one. Too far. Okay, that's fine. It's no big deal. Keep going. Jumped way too soon. Nope, we're gonna... I saved it! Look at that. I saved it by running. I did it. Oh god, Steve, get out of my way, man. You're really messing me up. Jump. Okay. Oh no, too far. Too far. It's okay. Okay. Fly. Oh god. Yeah, I think I need a break from this. We have like 20 days to do all this, so. Oh! I hate these jumps. What's this way? Yeah, this is really bad. We're done. We're done with this. We're gonna go play some regular Minecraft, I think. At least the music's fun. Even though I've got my own music playing over it. I'm sorry. Oh, whoops. Doing great. We're done. We'll try again tomorrow. Nope, this way. Do. Close enough. Grumpy, great suggestion on the diagonal jumps. 3 stars in a couple of these mini games. It's gonna be almost impossible for me. Which ones? Which ones are you? So I think I did the one in the one with squashing bugs. I think I got all 3 stars in that. Maybe. I don't even remember. Does it like show you somewhere what you've done? Like, how do I know which ones I've got? I wish it would tell me. Like, obviously I don't have this one yet. Hey, Seekin. How you doing? Yeah, why are we jumping instead of dropping? What's up with that? I want to drop. Have I dropped recently? Oh, it's a running joke. Okay. I see. I haven't done the bugs yet. Just barely got 2 stars once. It was hard because people... that one's tough because you're like competing with other people basically for the points. And I kept having people jump where I was about to jump at the same time as me. But I'm pretty sure we might have gotten the 3 stars one on that. Alright, let's take a little break from this. Little break. Let's go check out... I did a little work over here. I did a little work over on the box. Ooh, maybe Grumpy will land. Come on, Grumpy. You can do it. Oh, it could be one. Hmm? Oh, just outside on the other side. That's not cool. That was unfair. I think that you should have had that one, Grumpy. So, yeah. Look, room. So, when we come down the stairs to the mines, this is all done. And in here, I've relocated the cobblestone and basalt generators. They're very simple. They're literally 1 block at a time with obsidian behind it so it doesn't break anything. But it works. And I even pushed blocks into the minecart and stuff, the hopper minecart. And this one works just fine. Albeit a little slow. This one sometimes produces cobble and I don't know why. But for the most part, we get stone. Oh, it's actually doing really well right now. I think that's been stone every time. Did I get any cobble out of that? Nice, it's working! So that's there. We got a little extra storage over here. And then this is where we collect moss and where those guys collect the slime balls. They killed all of the iron golems I had in here while I was working on this. So sorry, guys. Sorry about that. We just hide that behind a door and pretend it doesn't exist. And then this goes into, like, the mines. I had to move the tunnel over, so I might mess around with this a little bit. But it's just for strip mining. It's nothing special. Do you have a texture pack on? No. No. This is all. The only thing I have is the stuff that makes glass not have the edges and makes sunflowers look prettier. And it gives me the little teal box around the item I have selected. I have a few of the resources. A few of the resource pack things. The white wood doesn't look very bright. It's dark down here. I need to brighten it up. I haven't figured out what I'm doing with lighting right now. So right now the only lighting's coming from the lava and that lantern. So it is brighter. It's just dark down here. It looks very bright in the hallway here. Like, I feel like it's so bright. From the backlight from the lanterns. Is that brighter? I think it was just because that room's dark. I haven't figured out what I want to do with the lanterns. I might put lanterns. I might, like... I can't hang it from here. I've made this even, and I don't know where I want to put lights now in here. We could probably just hang some lanterns from somewhere in the middle. So this is an even number, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So I made that mistake. Guess we could do 1, 3 inward, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess I could hang lamps somewhere in here. What if we don't count this side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh god, I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is also even. Which makes it hard for me to figure out where I want to put lamps. Instead, let's just spam 8,000 torches. There we go. Beautiful. Perfect. I love lanterns. I made this ceiling a little low, though, to actually hang any lighting. Might just have to put it on the walls. Maybe we can make little sconces of some sort. I also kind of want to move this door so it's not there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Like, maybe we'll move the doors over and make this a little less hideous. I don't know. Kind of want the doors to be centered on that, too. But for now, torches. Probably do little wall lamps in those 2 spots and then move this door over. Did I bring an extra door? No, I didn't. So if we do this, I'll probably... One second. Can we do... No, we can't do that from there. Can we? Can we though? Can we? Can I magically get that door to go there? If I stand behind it, I can. So let's just pretend that this is how you get into there for now. And replace the floor. I'm so smart. Do I have any more basalt? I need those 2. Yeah, one of these needs to be... Oh, I had plenty of basalt on me. I just didn't have the polished basalt. So then this goes that way. Where's my doors?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Hello, Peter. How are you? Didn't miss anything else, right? No, I didn't. Okay. Yes. Hello, Peter. Hello, hello. Welcome to whatever this is. I'm doing fine. I just did a derp. I put doors down, and then I'm like, and now I'll replace the floor. And then I broke the floor, and the doors broke. I'm being silly today. So how do I want to hang lights? So kind of, what if we do... No. Guess I could just do lanterns hanging from the ceiling on each side. Do I have lanterns on me? There's probably some in Ignore my inventory. Don't look at that. It's a mess. 1, 2, 3, 4. We just hang it from the ceiling. How bad is that? That's fine. It doesn't have to be anything magnificent. But I believe we're adequately lit up in here now between the lava and that extra lamp. Maybe we'll do something to make it prettier in the future. But for now, I can be content with this room. And also, there's nothing going on behind here. Don't look. I guess we should clear out the inventory a little bit. Your building inventory is supposed to be a mess. Well, yeah. But admittedly, I did all this building yesterday and should have cleaned out my inventory before that. Do I have a spot for basalt down here yet? Now I do. This will be for basalt. And polished basalt, why not? Alright, so deep slate goes here. Do I have cobble on me? No cobble deep slate, just regular stone. Cobble. Andesite. Diorite. And granite. A little bit of wood. Put that back there. That goes there. Some stuff to put away at home. A little bit of bone meal. I missed one of those shulkers. There it is. What's even in these shulkers right now? What's going on in here? All right, some random ores. A few pieces of obsidian. Oh, I caught myself on fire doing this earlier. Last night, I was trying to relocate my little stone and cobblestone and basalt generators. And I got caught in the lava and I wasn't thinking and I didn't panic about it. I was like, this is fine. And then I'm like, this isn't fine. I blocked it off. I exploded and I lost a few things, but nothing major. It was like a stack of rockets. I lost some arrows. I don't think I lost anything important because everything's mostly netherite now. But I was like, that was silly. I was just like, I'm on fire. No big deal. Twitch is always broken. This is true. This is true. Hello, Mitchie. Happy afternoon. Happy afternoon to you. That's the thing people say. Happy afternoon. Alright, some door sticks. A whole bunch of junk. Oh, all the bone meals down here from... I didn't put in my, my bone meal, my composter. This door doesn't go anywhere. I gotta fix all this. I'm just gonna put the bone meal in here for now. Except I left it all in that chest. Where did I put that? Brain. Please function. Thank you. And we'll just pretend that doesn't exist. Alright, that's stuff to put away at home. Blackstone. Okay, all this I think I have to get rid of back at home. Hoppers. Bunch of iron. We can leave the iron in here. You need iron sometimes. We'll leave that here for now. You know, we'll leave the wood. That can stay here. The doors I'll put away. Stairs. Why did I put the slabs? Those are not useful here. More iron. So yeah, a bunch of stuff to put away back at home. Let's take the shulkers rather than putting everything into my inventory before we can put it anywhere. Sometimes I can fly out of here. Almost. So, Peter, how's the SMP going? I believe Peter just started up his community SMP again. That's what you've been up to on stream, right? And having your, was it 12 streams of Christmas? Is that what you call it? For those of you, I feel like most of you already know PLJ, Peter. But if you don't, you should follow him. Not raid. No, cancel. I always do this. I forget how to shout people out when I'm on my own stream. Shout out. We're not raiding. We're not going anywhere. Peter's not even live right now, I don't think. If he's live and in my chat, that'd be silly. But you should follow Peter and check out his stream. It's lovely over there, and he's doing a big old holiday thing with the 12 streams of Christmas. No, Hoagie, no. Hoagie. Also, hi? Did I say hi to you, Hoagie? I don't know if I said hello to you. Stop it! Stop making fun of me. Stop making fun of me. I'm fragile right now, okay? Alright, that. The hoppers. Oh no, there's no room for the hoppers. What can I get rid of? Let's put that there. Hoppers. What else? What is this? Oh, that's random workstations. Okay. I guess we could just put that in there. Then we can go back to having that. Alright, obsidian. All our odds and ends for wood. So fences, wood doors. Doors. Is there room for the trapdoors? There is. We've been putting slabs down here. Oh look, exactly a stack of slabs. That's nice. That's actually pretty satisfying. Where have I been putting the stairs? And why are they not in here? Oh, there's the stairs. Found it. Alright, let's put down these 2 boxes of things. The sticks can go in here. Mellow's here. Hello, Mellow. How are you? Oh, and you landed. Clappies for Mellow. Very, very nice. Is it my turn to drop? Have I dropped recently? Let's do Jesse go. Look at him go. My boy. There's my boy right there. Get in the snow pile. Jesse loved the snow. Oh, yes. Go me. Is that the high score today? What are the current top drop scores? I've got the crown so far today. Look at that. Hunter's quite close behind me, though. Okay. Most of the stuff I feel like is gonna go upstairs. This. Sticks can go up here. Alright, so sticks. All of the blackstone stuff goes in here. Oh, we got a little bit more. Flint goes with the gravel for now. Stone slabs. The rails I put in here. Ooh. Oh, the little Animal Crossing sound. I forgot about that one. that's not the boxes we're working with. Alright, we got this. I think I took the water buckets out of my backup chest and oh no I didn't, but we can put the extra regular buckets in there. That's like the odds and ends I need when we're out and about. Let's just take everything. Get rid of that. Empty shulker there. Bunch of blackstone, more buckets of water. Stone stairs. Cobblestone stairs, slabs. Okay, that's all good. And too many bows. I'll combine these two. Didn't I just take... Oh, there it is. I'm like, where's the random enchanted bow that I found? Power 1. Should we combine these into a power 2 bow? Let's do it. Let's do it. I bet I can with my 7 levels that I currently have. Yeah. I will totally need that in the future. I'm sure. That's my good bow. Give me that back. Where did I get random pieces of nether wart from? Why is that in my inventory? Lever. Extra door. Oh, random leather cap. Do we need that too? Alright, we got buckets of water in there. What am I doing with these 2 buckets of water? 5th place, best place. Absolutely, Keldon. That's what I always hear. So now I have 3 buckets of water and a bucket of lava. Oh, I know where we can put the lava. Where I took it from. Down here. And I don't know what to do with the buckets of water. I might just leave those somewhere. Or, you know what? We could empty them out. Do I still have the one in my ender chest? I feel like there used to be a bucket of water here. What else would go there? All my tools are in there. We've got rockets. I don't think... I can't think of anything else I'd want to keep in there. We'll just empty these 2 out. And... more buckets to carry around, sure. I love bundles. Have I mentioned how much I love bundles? Because I love bundles so much. Alright, we've got some random ores we can put in here. Random copper ingot can go with all the copper. And random leather helmet can go in this corner. Perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. Inventory's back where it should be. I should possibly repair a few of my things, though. Should we go do a little bit of trading? I want to go harvest the melons and pumpkins. That's so loud. I need to figure out what that sound is. Oh, also I put in 2 more of those little launcher things. I don't know if I mentioned that. That was one of them. This is oddly satisfying. Oh, we'll definitely have plenty of these to trade. Hello? There we go. Like, you gonna break? I love when there's server lag. Okay, that is enough. That is more than enough. I knew I was gonna hit that wall. Alright, let's go sell some pumpkins and melons. And glass. Hello? Yes, I know you're sleeping, but it doesn't matter. Please wake up. Ricky, I have a melon and pumpkin emergency. I've got to sell these things to you, sir, right now. Absolutely, in this exact moment. And some glass. Connor, there's a glass emergency as well. I don't know what happened here, bud. But I just have a whole ton of glass and I need to sell it right this moment. Please wake up. It's an emergency. Also, I need to use your bed. Thank you. These poor villagers. Ricky, you need to go to your workstation, bud. And I'm gonna buy some experience bottles. Thank you, thank you. What else can we do here? Do I have some fish for price? I do have fish for price. I think he buys 12 of them at a time. Thank you. Repair the axe a little bit while we're at it. That'd be great. And what else should we buy here? You know what? I'm just gonna buy your lapis too. Why not? Your combined meals. I'm glad you enjoy it. That's what matters, Keldon. Alright, do we think that he's found his way over to his workstation yet? No? You're gonna go back in the building and break more potatoes on the inside of the house that you can't reach? Sir? You can't farm from this corner. I don't know why you tried to do this. Please. Sir, please. Why? There's like not even anything to reach over there. Why? Why do you do this? I can't buy more from you. Alright, I guess we'll just leave the pumpkins and the melons over here for now. I could buy more glass. Let's buy more glass. Are you the one that sells glass? You are. Do you both sell glass? I know only one of you sells lanterns. Thank you for all those lovely experience baubles. Oh, and we can sell some gold too, I guess. Wait, where'd you... Oh, there you are. Rude. Very rude, Andrew. Very rude. I just need to hold my pickaxe. That we go. There we go. And then I think everything I'm wearing is repaired. Yeah, everything's about where it should be. Thank you for pleasure doing business with you. I'll put the lapis upstairs. Anything else we want to bring upstairs? The lanterns. Time for my nutritional eggplant brick, says Jules. Yum, yum, yum. So how many more eggplant parmesan bricks must you consume? How many have you managed to get rid of at this point? And how many are left? There are 6 left. You're working through it. You're getting there. And is Quinn working on the other stuff? Because if that's chicken, I know you don't eat that. Yeah. So I assume he's been doing his part since this is his doing. You bring home 25 servings of pasta, you better help eat them. This is like, it's such a wild saga to me. Killed it. Are you just convinced that literally anything would mix with this breakfast bowl? What's all this? Oh, this was gear that I was kind of enchanting. Oh, look, an extra elytra. Things are shaping up pretty well over here. Now what do we want to do? Let's consult my list of things I can do. I mean, at least it's quality food and not crappy takeout. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, we could go try to find one of the dogs. I've done a lot of the stuff on my list recently, actually. I had Witches Woods Editions, which was adding the a couple of the creaking and some of the trees in over by the Witches Woods, but we did that, so I guess we can check that off. We got the black dog from the old growth pine. That's done. Decorating the mines, that is essentially done. I don't think I'm ready to start work on a pirate cove right now. I do have on my list to make improvements to the waterfall by the camp, because it does not look good. The Cherry Tree Inn. We could plot out where we want to build the inn in the cherry biome. I also have Piglin vending machine with timer. So I guess that means an etho clock. And resin farm, which is not a priority at all. I don't even want a farm. I just want an area for them. So we'll stick an area down in the mine somewhere with some of the creaking, specifically for gathering resin when we want to. But it's got to be like a manual thing. Let's go get doggos. We could do that. We could go try to find more doggos. Before we do that, though, I'm going to take just a quick little bathroom break. Gotta throw up the BRB screen, and I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay? Then we'll go find a doggo. Or try to. We're getting down to the wire on that. All right, BRB. kitty cat. Look at him. Come here. Oh my goodness, come here. You're not letting me hold you. Okay. I guess he doesn't want to be held. That's fine. Can I try again? No, you're gonna just sit in my chair. I'll stand over here. This is your show now. Does this go any higher? Let's see. Nope, that's as high as the chair goes, bud. This is Scully's show now. Alright, you want the headphones? Here you go. Want the headphones? Yeah? Here you go. You're out? Howdy, Papa? Yep, okay. He's gone. I can have my show back now. By show, I mean stream. I guess this is kind of a show. Not one with great production quality, but a show. In a way. Where's my phone? There's my phone. We got a brief moment of Scully. That was nice. I knew he didn't want to. I knew he didn't want to be held, but you gotta try. You gotta try. You can't just look at the cute little kitty cat and be like, if I didn't want to hold him, then I'd be concerned. Public Thad says. Okay, so shall we go find some doggos? Guess we should sleep first. Okay, what belongs here? This is usually blocks of some sort. Let's just grab a stack of cobblestone in case we need it, or half a stack will do. That's fine. Just in case. Eat a little bit of food. We're gonna need probably a boat. And a few leads. I'll take that many leads. That should be more than enough. And we'll need a boat. Do I have a boat out here? There's a raft over there. Let's go grab that. Whee! And the other one to get back is over here. So we got one here, and we got one on that side. And there's still the one in the bush and the one in the hay bales. So there's 4 of the little launch pad things now. Okay, we'll take this with us. And let's take a little look at the list of doggos we need to get. Wolves. Okay, so right now, the ones we don't have, to the best of my knowledge, are the snowy wolf from the grove, the ashen wolf from the snowy taiga, which I think is just short, snowy spruce trees, if I'm not mistaken, and the chestnut wolf from the old growth spruce. So we're looking for a lot of spruce and some snow. We should actually probably consult the list of, or not the list, the wall of maps. Let's do that real quick. Then we'll decide what direction we're going in. Meh.
Hey, listen.
Oh, dang it. Thank you, Matt. Classic me. Okay, let's go look in the map room real quick. So this is our area. We're in here right now. And across the way, we've got the farm And the horse stables and the bridge. The little camping areas over here. The witch's tower. There's the LA jar, the doggo park. And then our island with our house and our lighthouse. I think that this map still has the creaking stuff we set up. That's what I think is up there right now. Can we reset that? Can we reach that from here? Hey, it worked. There we go. That's what that area looks like, I think. Though I'm not entirely sure what that white stuff is up there. But whatever. So we're on this map. There's a ton of snowy stuff to the west of us. And it looks like that's probably our best bet, because otherwise we are going to have to go like thousands of blocks away. More than we'd need to. So I think we should head west. Maybe we should get out the west and the double west maps. That's in my explorer box. Which this box should probably have a boat in it. I thought one of these did. All right, here's map quest. Let's see. I don't know what map that is. North. Okay. Double west and single west. Everything else can go back in here. And that can go back in here. All right. West. Which is past the tower. Oh, should I have grabbed? We have more rockets in storage. I certainly didn't know. Fly past our witch's tower. It's raining pretty hard out right now. It's quite the chill in the air. I believe this way we go past the very tiny pale oak biome that we came across. If I'm not mistaken, it's on like the other side of this island here. Oh, we're hit a wall. Oh no, it's further in. It's in that far left dark oak. But we're not going for dark oak. We're going for snowy and spruce. Oh, is Walter gonna get in the snow pile? Walter's in the snow pile! Clappies! I wonder how Walter feels about snow. Great work. Alright, I don't think we need... Is this old growth? Old growth spruce? Is this where we find the... Is this where we find that particular wolf? I'm not so sure. I think this might be where we found the black wolf, old growth pine. I think that's the one with the really tall tall ones with the high up leaves. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. So I think we need more. This might be right, though. These don't seem... Some of them are really tall, but not all of them. Like, some of them have the leaves up really high, but then we have some of these that are tall, but full of leaves, or full of greenery. What are you? Are you the wolf I need? Is this the chestnut wolf? I think this is them. I'm here, puppers. I'm just gonna check real quick and make sure, but let's get the whole family together. Right? Let's see. That appears to be a chestnut wolf. Right? Dark snouts, tan colors. Dark snout, tan color. That is the chestnut wolf. We found him. What? What happened? Why are we growling? Why are we growling? Oh gosh, it's dark. It's dark. Okay. We didn't bring a bed. Guys, we didn't bring a bed. Gotta get our ender chest out. I didn't think this through. I was just like, wolves. Wolves. Bed. Bed. Sleep. It's not sleep. Sleep. Oh gosh. Dog, give me some space. Your breath, it reeks. I want to name a wolf Peanut Butter. Okay, all right. Well, name one of them Peanut Butter. Let's get them home first before we name anybody, just in case. I don't want any tragedies on our hands today. But we're currently on the west map. We got to go this direction to get home. You guys with me? Peanut Butter's a good name for one of these guys. So just remind me when we get home. We'll leave that in the queue, but sometimes I don't pay attention to it. One of the chestnut wolves. Yeah, all the other wolves, all of the other wild wolves are already named, because otherwise they would despawn. So it's going to have to be either one of these new ones or one of the tamed wolves we have about. But I think Peanut Butter's a perfect name for one of these guys. You with me? Let's switch to this point of view. Then we can make sure that they're with us. They're doing great. The chickens are killing the doggos. You walked past a chicken bullying a piggy. Oh, I want to see this little clip here that Matt just made. He posted it in chat. Oh yeah, look at that chicken. Just pushing him around. Very rude. You're so right, Matt. The chickens are sus. Alright, yes, we're headed in the right direction still. This way, doggos. 1, 2, 3. Oh, look, another friend. Do we want to take a fourth one home? Is that getting greedy? Oh, wow, we magically got 4 of them now. I don't know what happened there. That was crazy. Must have been a duplication glitch or something. Silly Mojang. Duplicating the wolves I'm bringing home. Yeah, probably Keldon. Alright, puppers, we're gonna have to cross some water here. You with me? Everybody together? 1, 2, 3, 4. Good job. Good job. Alright, where are we on the map? We gotta go that way. Alright, we don't want to go over that. Can we go around? Go around. Good job. Excellent work. Still heading in the right direction. And then once we make it to the big open water, we can just sail home, I believe, from there. Not this water. This water's not it. We've got a ways to go. Gotta cross this too, guys. You with me? Oh, Matt's redeemed name a mob. Alright, so we got peanut butter and jelly for 2 of these guys now. Those are both very cute. Aw, Jules, are you here right now? We need to replace, I think Fish is the one that died. Or was it Chips? I don't know. One of them is gone. We need to replace one of the Fish and Chips duo. I need Jules to acknowledge that she's here. Come on. Come on. Do you have the 2 that look like German Shepherds? Which ones? Did these look like German Shepherds? We have... The only ones we don't have after we get these home are the Snowy and the Ashen Wolves. Hold on, let's look at the list. The picture. So I'm guessing the Woods Wolf is kind of like a German Shepherd. Rusty. Yes, we do have the Rusty Wolf and we have one Woods Wolf. That's actually from the area where the doggo park is. The Woods Wolf, because it's in the woods. Great, now it's raining. Wonderful. Wet dogs. Great. Smells great over here. Yes, they are currently named. We could probably get more if you have something in mind. But we only have one of the Woods Wolves right now. But all of them, we keep them wild in the doggo park. It's our wolf sanctuary, so we don't tame them. So once they get home, they have to be named. The spotted wolf looks like an African wild dog. I actually remember to take the picture off. Look at me. I turned it off. Spotted is an African painted dog. There we go. We learned something. Are y'all with me? 1, 2, 3, 4. Careful. Please be careful. Please be careful. I know. Maybe I'm kind of rushing. That's my fault. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just want to get you guys safely home. That's all. They have many names? Yeah, apparently. I think it's terrible that I can't... Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. That I can't feed them when they're wild. I should be able to feed them. Alright, there's a bit of a hole there. Let's not go that way. Come back this way. Let's go around it. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright, we're continuing on mostly straight here. Maybe we can go around this hill. So they have tried to drop the wild bit as it's not as cute as people want for them to help conserve them. Ah. Oh yeah, the name thing has a cooldown on it. We don't normally have this many things to name. One of these is peanut butter, one of them's jelly. And if you'd really like a German Shepherd looking one, we could find one of the woods ones near base. Or we could go looking for another rusty wolf. Alright, if we go toward the left over here, we should be able to get to the water. But we gotta go through the scary woods. And there's already... Don't you dare. No! 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 We okay? No! Who's attacking me? Why are you attacking me? Did I hit one of them? I hit one of them. Oh no. This is bad. When will they stop? Will they stop being mad at me? I was trying to save you. I didn't mean to hit one of you. Please stop being mad at me. What if I log out? Are you still mad at me? It worked! Okay, we still got 3 of them. The, accidental wolf duplication corrected itself when we logged out. That's what happened there. Game was like, we didn't mean to duplicate the wolves. Nope. Alright, let's not go through the woods. Let's go this way. It's getting dark. We need to sleep. Where's my bed? I put it back away. Okay. This is safe. This is totally safe. Completely safe. Definitely safe. Alright, we're gonna keep the bed on us, just in case this time. Alright, 1, 2, 3. That's totally the number of wolves we had this entire time. Alright, so if we go that ways across, or we could go back up that way to try to get to the water. You guys with me? We're just gonna swim. No! What hit me? So we can get out to the main ocean this way. I think we can probably take the boat from here. I think. Right? Yeah. Okay, switch to that point of view so we can see them. There we go. Nothing bad happened there. Nothing at all. Everybody's fine. Totally fine. Alright, so we'll start turning up here. Good doggos ignoring the sheep. They weren't even phased. Okay. And then I believe we just have to go up over, like around this island, and then we'll be on my home map again. Oh yeah, there's the dirt that looks like it's a tree, but it's not. Rin Tin, is that the name for a woods wolf, Grumpy? Am I reading that correctly? Okay, cool. I'm like, I wasn't paying attention for a bit there. We're all still together? 1, 2, 3. Very good. I think I actually want to cut through here. No, let's just go around. A little sip of coffee here. It's familiar, but I'm not sure what it is, to be honest, Grumpy. I'm not gonna look it up. It makes me think Fiddler on the Roof, but I don't think that's right. Is it a musical thing? It's before your time. A dog from what? I don't know what that is. Okay, everybody else seems to know. I'm like, I've heard it, the name before, but I don't know what it is. We should name one of these Balto, even though he doesn't look like Balto. It's from a black and white TV show. Hunter, he said not to look it up. I've never seen the show. I don't think so. We were working it out. We were figuring it out together. So, is there supposed to be hyphens in it? Are the dogs with me? Okay, I haven't checked in a second. Alright, we need -6, +7. Ish. So we got another like 1,000 blocks to go. Goodness. Okay, so we'll put the dashes in it, the hyphens in it. Almost home. There's my witch's tower. Excuse me, I got the hiccups apparently. There's my witch's tower, the very tip of the hat. And there's the cave that I think we should make into a sort of pirate cove kind of thing. Because we don't really have anything in that portion of the island right now. And I could do like a little rickety like wooden staircase into the jungle area. I feel like that'd be good. Alright, we don't need the map anymore. Still got the 3 doggos. 3 doggos, and there's my little lighthouse and the house. Oh, did I leave one of the pale oak trees up there? That's what that is on the map. I gotta cut that down. Alright, we made it. Come on, puppers. Let's grab this. This has some name tags in it. See, this one, we have this pupper that's a rusty wolf, but I accidentally tamed it. instead of putting a lead on it, I gave it a bone. I'm like, wait, no, that's not how I get the wolves for the wolf sanctuary. So we have a rusty wolf there that just kind of hangs out. All right, past the sunflower field. You still with me? Yes, guard doggo. And here we are, your new home. All right, you guys come in here. You got it? You having some trouble there, bud? Can you do like the rest of them did? And there we go. Good enough. Wait. We already had chestnut wolves. Remember we named them Chester and A. Arthur? I forgot we got them. Now we have 5 chestnut wolves. They are more than adequately represented in the doggo park now. And Raven's the only black one we found. Okay, this is fine. We can have 5 chestnut wolves. And we're gonna need a name tag for the woods wolf when we find it. Alright, so we've got... Hunter wanted peanut butter, right? 2 words, peanut butter? I'm just gonna look. Just to make sure. Peanut butter all 1 word? Is how it looks like you spelt it. Peanut butter. With a capital B. Peanut butter. You're now peanut butter. Okay? And we've got jelly. I think that's what Matt said for one of them, right? Jelly? Jelly. Oh, Jules, you're back. What does this remind you of? We've got peanut butter and we've got jelly. Makes me think of possibilities. Peanut, butter, and jelly sandwich? Was that what it was? The 5 of us? The possibilities. They're endless. Jelly. And I'm naming this one, unless somebody else... I don't even know if you can redeem any other name mobs besides Grumpy's. We're going to get a woods wolf for Grumpy. I think it's hilarious. All right, let's sleep. We'll sleep in here with the puppers for now. Jillian Feinstein. We can make all sorts of sentences now. All right, we've got Mr. Wolf, Bartholomew, Claudia. Here's Chester, one of the other chestnut wolves. I should have known we had chestnut wolves. So I think that means there's only 2 types of doggos that we don't have right now. Peanut butter. And this must be A. Arthur. Yep. And Raven over here. Raven, how you doing? You taking a little swim? All right, let's go find... Who are you? That's Chester. Let's go find another wolf for us to name for Grumpy. There's always wolves back here. I'm honestly surprised they don't just wander into the pen. Oh, we're getting into the jungle now. Where are you, puppers? Game's like, nope, we've got too many wolves. You can't have any more. What happened here? Something happened. All right, let's go over here. Maybe there'll be one in this area. Oh, your brick of eggplant parm. I was like, why are you, what are we doing? Why are we throwing bricks? Oh, 2 of the horsies. Alan's over here. Are you Bridget? Steve, I haven't seen Bridget in a while. I'm a little concerned that Bridget died somehow. I don't know how, but I haven't seen her in a bit, so I am concerned for Bridget's safety. Here's some sheep. Where's the wolves? Where's the wolves at? Enjoy your food, Matt. Happy lurking. Where are all of the woods wolves? Of course, when you want them to spawn in, they're not. Also, I really don't know what happened to Bridget. Bridget, are you down there? Bridget? I hope she's alive somewhere. Steve. It's always Steve. Hey guys, could I maybe have... Are you Alan? Hi, it's Bridget! Bridget! Hi, Bridget. I'm glad you're alive, Bridget. Okay, so all three of them are fine. I should probably cover this up. I feel like they're gonna get... I feel like they're gonna fall in there. One moment. We're gonna take a tiny break from trying to find another woods wolf. And cover this up. And maybe I'll even put a couple of torches down here. Wouldn't that be something? Dang it. Alright, where are the wolves? Ooh, Keldon landed. Very nice landing there, Keldon. And let's see, can Hunter do it? Oh, just over. Just over. But clappies for Keldon. Now, where are all the wolves? This is outrageous. Ridicule? What? Ridicules? Ridiculous? Is that how you spell ridiculous? Is that how you spell ridiculous? Or is that an entirely different word? Negative. I'm bad at spelling, okay? R-I-D-I. Okay, thank you. Why do you spell it like that, Keldon? Just to confuse me? Oh? Oh, we found it! We found the wolf. We found the new wolf for Grumpy. This is Rin Tin Tin. Let's get Rin Tin Tin home. Right this way, bud. Luckily, this is a much shorter journey than all of the other wolf journeys have been. You with me? No, ignore the sheep. We don't care about the sheep. No, right this way. No need to be such a grumpy pup. Though Grumpy did name you. So I guess in a way, it makes sense. I'm sorry for shaming you for being grumpy. All right, in we go. There we are. All right, let's throw down the anvil. This might break the anvil. This might be the last thing we get named out of this one. So we settled on Rin-Tin-Tin. Is that correct? All right, Rin-10-10, here we go. Welcome to the Wolf Sanctuary. And it didn't even break my anvil. That's nice. All right, now that we have... I'm still convinced that this is the guy who keeps killing my wolves. This chicken right here. Who found his way in. Do we still have everybody else? Let's take a little nap. Little nap real quick. Little nappy poo. We're not killing the chicken. I don't have proof. We don't just come out here and kill because we think that they're the culprit. We need to gather evidence and form a case and then go through the legal means of the judicial system. Are we missing anybody else? Do we see? So there's... Oh no. This is what's happening. I think they're drowning. No, no, none of that for you guys. Because okay, so we got Mr. Wolf, Wilma. We're missing some. Where's Alan and Sean? And Beetlejuice. There's a whole bunch missing. I think they were drowning. I'm sorry for blaming the chicken. I'm pretty sure that we just saw what they did. Getting caught under that. I think they were drowning. But there's a whole bunch missing. Where's all the red wolves? All the rusty ones? And... oh, man. And you guys wanted to kill the chicken. I don't think it's the chicken's fault. Because there's a whole bunch missing. There's no Alan. There's no Sean. Which one are you? Are you Chips? All right, we're still missing. Let's make a list. Let's make a list of the dogs that we have lost. They wouldn't get stuck in the rest of the pond, though, right? They know how to swim upward. I think they were just getting caught under the these things, lily pads. Like we just witnessed one of them get caught. So I think that's what was happening. They shouldn't be able to drown in here. I don't think. Right? Oh, man. All right. So we've got Chips. Is that right? Where's the one with the, like, the little fishbone coloring? This one. This is Chips. So we're missing Fish. And Fish is the one I think we get from the Badlands. The striped wolf. Fish was a striped wolf. We're missing Sean, Alan, Beetlejuice. Does anyone remember what kinds those were? I think that Alan and Sean were rusty wolves. Do we still have a pale wolf? You're the pale wolf. Bartholomew is a pale wolf. We might have had 2 of them, though. Matt, I believe you named... Oh, wait. I think Matt's eating food. Never mind. I was going to ask Matt what kind of dog Beetlejuice was, because I'm pretty sure he named him. And you don't die off 2 blocks of damage, right? If you jump from there, Claudia? I don't think you get hurt. Maybe we should make that a slab instead of a whole block. So Claudia's a pale one. What was Beetlejuice? I know we only had the one woods wolf until we just named Rin Tin Tin. We only have the one black wolf named Raven. I feel like Beetlejuice might have been either a striped wolf or a spotted wolf. Do we have... We only have the one spotted wolf right now, I think. I think we had 2 of those. Beetlejuice was spotted, like this one. Or is this the painted one? That is the one that looks like painted, okay. So we gotta go back out to all the places we've already got wolves from. So the striped wolf we need in the wooded Badlands. The rusty wolves are from the sparse jungle. And the spotted one is from the Savannah Plateau. Luckily, I don't think those are too far. I believe those were the earlier wolves we got. And if anybody else named a wolf and they don't see it here, let me know and we'll do our best to... You want to name one Fireheart? Well, if we get extras, but I need at least 2. At least 2 to name Rusty and... not Rusty, Alan and Sean. Sir, no soliciting. No soliciting. Please do leave. Well. Did you just... No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Are you? They're the... Llamas. Llamas might have murdered my wolves. Is everybody okay? You're still pissed, and I understand, and... Did you see that? I asked them nicely to leave. I cannot keep these wolves alive. Can you feed them rotten flesh? It wouldn't let me feed them steak. I have rotten flesh in my under chest. Does that work on wild wolves? Okay. No, I can't feed you anything. How about you? I didn't know I could do this. That's good to know. That's very good to know. Thank you. Right? I thought that we could keep things a little natural with the bushes and whatnot. Where's Raven? Did we see Raven? I swear to God, if the black wolf is dead, I'm okay. There's Raven. Raven, did we feed you? Is everybody fed up now? I'm fed up. I'm absolutely fed up. That was infuriating. I found 2 things that could have been the causes for these deaths. Yeah, I don't think their tails react until they're tamed, and all of these I'm keeping as wild, so. Alright, I believe that's everybody. So we're just gonna have to remember to feed them up a little bit. Should we try to get one of the wolves? Let's keep a little bit of the rotten flesh on us, I guess. I have a bunch of junk I need to get rid of now. That goes there. Oh, we gotta put away the anvil. I can't believe what we just witnessed there. That was wild. I'm gonna take the raft with us. Hello. So every once in a while, I guess we'll have to feed them so to keep them in good health. Can it be any meat? Does it have to be rotten flesh? Can I feed them steak? But yeah, if anybody notices that they've named any wolves that they don't see anymore, just let us know and we'll try to replace them. It's unfortunate. Any meat, just not bones. Okay. And not cooked food, because I've tried to feed them cooked steak and it didn't work. Why am I trying to sleep? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. We've got our maps. I want to put away some of this stuff. Let's just throw all the wood up here for now. Do we have... Where do I keep the, lily pads down here? There's lily pads. A little bit of... That's too much. We've got a couple eggs we can put away. Too many eggs. And I'll just throw that in there. Okay. So the rusty wolves are from the sparse jungle. Let's take a look at the map room real quick. I believe there was sparse jungle to the west as well. I think that this was some sparse jungle in there. So let's head out past the Witch's Tower. Is it almost time to sleep? Can't see the sun yet, so I guess not. It's unfortunate that this is not sparse jungle. That would make this really easy. But I don't think it is. This little part could be. I've never seen any wolves over here, though. Oh, a lead. Free lead. Burb. Should we get a burb? Burp. Nope. Hey, we've got a bird. Friend. Right now. Put away the shield. Friend. Dang it. That's not what I wanted. Back up a little bit. There we go. Now turn. Friend. Yep, this is what we meant to do. Let's go drop the bird off at home, and then we'll go try to find... Guess there is a zombie nearby. Hey, Mario, how are you? Happy Wednesday. Bird still with me? Bird's on my shoulder still. Look at him! Little cutie. You're good. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, more free leads. There. Where should we keep the bird? What if you hang out in here? Do you want to hang out in here? Let's make you... Can I lead you? I can. This way. Come hang out in here. This corner. Okay, and put that away. F10. Can I still get in the chest? It still works. Perfect. You're now my mine friend. And we've got some junk we can put away. Let's put saplings and the seeds there. Hello, Faust. Come on, bounce. Bounce. Oh, that could be a good one. Yes. Beautiful, Faust. Beautiful. Clappies for Faust. Fantastic landing there. What am I missing? May have bought some toffee style chocolate. Ooh, I want some. I want some of that. That sounds delicious. Can we sleep? Nope. Seems very dark. I feel like we should be able to sleep. Okay, we're going... Let's see if we hang out over in this little jungle if any wolves do spawn in. Because if I don't have to go super far, that'd be great. We have a little bit of jungle on the island. I don't know if this counts as sparse jungle, but I'm hoping this like opening area does. Over here it's kind of open. We got ocelots. But like this, is this I feel like this little corner is a sparse jungle. And there's wolves. Not wolves, wool. Sheep. Maybe if we hang out over here for a minute, we'll luck out. Do ocelots spawn in sparse jungles? Let's look that up. They do spawn in sparse jungles, according to the internets. And it's dark. It's very dark. Hoagie also landed. I didn't even see that one. Yeah, Hoagie. Clapping for Hoagie. There's no creepers around me, right? Alright, let's go a little further back, see if those will despawn. Oh, look, chickens. How far do I have to go to get things to despawn? Another bird! A green one. Do we need a bird sanctuary next? We got a panda! I didn't. Oh my god, he's an angry one. Look at him. Look at him, he's so angry. So, can I put a lead on you? I can't lead pandas. Do I have any bamboo? Is there any bamboo over here? I swear I walked past a piece of it. There it is. Give me the bamboo. Quick. Back to the panda. Where is it? Where'd he go? Oh no, he didn't despawn, right? No! Where'd he go? I didn't even go far. I went like 20 blocks away. Where'd he go? No! Today sucks. I wanted him to be my friend. He looked so grumpy. He like definitely woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Oh, I'm so mad. Huh? In the back, where? There's a sheep. Is this what you're seeing? The sheep? He's not a panda. Sadly. I think he despawned because I went too far away. I didn't even know there was a pond over here. That was my own fault. I went too far. That's a bummer. They do spawn in sparse jungles. I feel like this is the right biome. Look, a red bird. This might be the right biome for the wolves. So I think we keep running back and forth, and maybe we'll luck out and we'll find another panda. I should probably start carrying around bamboo. Maybe we plant the bamboo and let it grow over here. Okay, that's fun. Totally normal. Terrain generation. Oh, we got a break going, folks. A Thad break, if you will. I'm gonna keep doing this. Is that a panda? That is a chicken being killed by an ocelot. Not a panda. Is that more sheep? More sheep, not a panda. Raw chicken. Also not a panda. Cow, you're also not a panda. Trying to look like a panda, I see you. So now we want pandas, and I don't have a place to put them, but we want one. Do you have an actual question? Or are you just having fun with the sounds? Either's fine. I just want to know if anyone needs my attention. Is the cow not a panda? No, the cow's not a panda. Sheep. No, it wasn't too much fun. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. That's all. You're fine, Mario. Nothing's wrong there. Also, welcome back from the Thad break. Alright, I don't think we're gonna find the wolves over here. Not without immense luck, it seems. So, perhaps... Why don't we spend a little more time on the races in the Minecraft event? And we'll do some more hunting for the lost doggos at another time. No misunderstandings. Totally fine. The sounds are there to be used. As long as you're not intentionally, like, spamming them constantly, I think we'll be good. But there are cooldowns on things, too. Which we've got all our redeems, right? Did I just load immediately back in? We got all our redeems taken care of today, right? We named the one for Grumpy, for Matt, and for Hunter. So I think we're all caught up on the redeems. I just wanted to make sure before I logged out there. But let's go back into the event world and do the race again. I want to see if we can do better at the race. I feel like I'm so close to being able to do it. And also, I haven't found all of the confetti cannons. Just this one. Not just that one, but that's the only one I found in here. I wonder if there is another one. I'm like kind of surprised there's not another confetti cannon over here somewhere. But that's totally the only one I hear down here. Oh, did I get these coins? Yes, I did. Oh, I didn't notice the hot air balloons. Those are cute. Alright, to the race. That is in here. What just happened there? Oh, there we go. It, like, kicked me for a split second there. All right. Just real quick, I just want to see. Close that little window. And have I dropped? I want to drop. I'm going to drop this one because I'm going to go so fast. I'm going to go so fast. Look at, I'm going to go even faster than that emote. Come on, little leggies. Get in the snow pile. It's not getting in the snow pile. It's getting in the far corner. Yep. All right. I will do better. Whoa. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my god. This music is gonna drive me nuts if it's overlapping. I need to pause that. This wasn't gonna be a winner anyway. Because I keep not jumping. Why am I not jumping? Too far. here, tight right, over that. Oh, we can fly even further than that. Okay, that's good to know. Ugh. We can do better. We can do better than that. Oh, Jove's here. Hey, Jove. How are you? And you landed. Beautiful. Clappies for Jove. I love when you guys come in chat and you land your first try. Love that. All right, we're going to try again. We got to get under 100 seconds. And I believe we can do it. Ready? And here we go. Oh, fell. It's fine. Jumped too soon. It's fine. Nope, I forgot to run. Oh, it's such a waste of time there. Okay. Okay. No! Messed up my jump. Just thought you'd drop in. Well, you nailed it, Jove. You nailed the drop in. Great work. How's your day going? Corner to corner, corner to corner, jump up, yes! Nailed it. Oh, we hit the wall. It's okay though, we're still coasting. Still coasting. And we're getting in here. Nailed it. Jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump! Jump, 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 jump. Diagonals, we're jumping diagonally. Good enough. Oh, we're at 105. We already lost, but well, not lost, but we still haven't beaten our score. All right, happy lurking. Matt, you weren't here earlier, but I was asking if you remembered what kind of dog Beetlejuice was, because I believe you named Beetlejuice. And I don't see Beetlejuice in the doggo pen anymore, so I think we have to replace him. Someone said that was the spotted wolf. Do you remember for sure? Or does it not matter? He was a four-legged doggo. Okay. Well, we'll get a replacement. We'll get a replacement for him. I like the zombie cake head. Okay, as long as you don't care. All right, here we go. Nope, I fell. Ah, oh, dang it. I was doing well there, too. I totally engaged the elytra. What? Oh, no. That really threw me off. Now I'm all stuck. Ah. Corners. Jump. Okay, nailed it. through here, around the bend. Yes. And into the tunnel. Nail it. Okay. Alright, we got this. Okay. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I did it. I got 3 stars. I got 3 stars. 96.4 seconds. And I messed stuff up. Do, 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 do. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that was 3 stars on that. What else do we... Oh, we got 3 stars on all the mini games. Awesome. So what's left? We just got to complete the challenges, which I'm still not sure where extra confetti cannons are. We hit these. Maybe they're at the top of that, the annoying, what you call it? In here? Is this the one with the really tough? We started going up this one. Maybe there's another one up in like the area, in that area. Let's put the music back on. Oh, I'm so happy we got that. I didn't think we were gonna do it either because I thought for sure that it wasn't enough. All right, so we got that one. Is there another one over here? There's the sheep. We found the sheep already. We've got these coins already, I think, too. Nothing down there. Ah! Alright, maybe there's one up in the staff area where we needed the pass for. Is there a confetti cannon in here? I don't hear anymore, so maybe it's just the one. Unless maybe this'll show us there's another one. Right, there's no more in this shop. There doesn't appear to be one in the little the museum thing. There's that one that we already got. I don't see any others in this shop. And we got the coin. I don't think there's another one on this level. All right, where else? We didn't do all the parkour over at the mob factory again. Maybe there's one further up that. Oh, this is the one with the sounds. It's terrible. But if I turn down the sounds, I won't be able to hear if someone's setting off a cannon. So there's that one. We got that one. Maybe there's another one further up this. You know where they all are? What, did you look it up, Matt? Or have you done it? Are you playing this? Google is easy. I don't want to look it up. I want to figure it out. Me, works in IT. Also me, gets heart palpitations every time I have to help someone with an IT issue. Aw, Jules. Alright, I think I am gonna lower the sound, actually. It's driving me up a wall. Audio. Okay. Alright, is there one up here? Please don't make me do all the levels. I don't know that there is one up here. I might just be wasting my time. I almost fell off. Aw. I'm not even sure there is one up there. Have you tried turning it off and on again? That's usually the solution. Oh. Is there even one up there? Too far. Where else could it be? Oh, diamond painting with like the little gemstones. That's fun. Happy lurking. I go in here. I want to go where all the boxes go. Where do they come from? Where do they go? My hand cramped up. I don't think it's here. And we checked pretty thoroughly at the biome labs. Unless it's in... We didn't check inside of the drops. They wouldn't do that, right? Let's try it. Let's see. We've done this one. And we've done this one. raining so hard. Alright, there's nothing in here. Pythagoras, how are you? Welcome in. I'm just trying to find the party popper. The confetti cannon. It's proving to be difficult. But I just thought I'd check all these extra spots, just in case. Lots of lava. Alright, I don't think it's in any of the dropper games. If it is, it's not very obvious. Can I touch the egg? Oh, there's an egg. Where is it? I just saw it. It's over there. Can I reach the egg? No. Okay, so it's not in there. Maybe it's in the Mob Factory game. Mario landed! Yay, clappies for Mario. I'm well, thanks. Glad to hear it. How are you? I'm doing just fine myself. We're just playing the new little Minecraft event game thing.
The new game drop is causing havoc.
Oh, we're in here immediately. Okay. I feel like it's not in here. Just checking, just in case. Ah. It is, it's not standing out. Oh no! I'm almost exploded. Do I regain health? throwing bombs at me. Ah! How do I get out? How do I get out? Let me out. Alright, we're in the next room. Oh. Oh. Tiny creeper can't hurt you. There should be baby creepers, and they should, like, not hurt as much. Baby creepers. Alright, next room. There do not appear to be any confetti cannons inside of the minigame. Oh no, why are you hitting me? You're a regular one. No! Great. I'm dying. Okay, it's not in there. That sound drives me nuts. Alright, maybe... There was coins. Saw coins over here. Coins. Now if only there was a confetti cannon. Guys, I've already found all of the confetti cannons. Thad, how many cannons have you done? I don't know, I wasn't counting. But it didn't tell me when I completed it. Collect 1,000 coins in one day. I've already done that. Do I have to do it again? Fine, we'll do it again.
There's just...
Oh no! Too far. You've been awarded the Mojang Office Cap. Please restart your game to unlock your reward. So that was completing 3 of them, and then in 2 days I'll be able to complete the 4th and 5th ones. Okay, so I guess that's everything I can do today. Should we restart the game and see what the hat is that we just got? We got a hat. Oh, I'm not loaded in yet. Come on. Come on. They need a way to join these with friends. It's silly to be solo only on these multiplayer worlds. I just said that really weirdly. Also, hi Zeroed. I agree. It would be a lot more fun with people. But I got a hat. So that's headwear. That's my hat with my ponytail coming out the side of it. Cute. I don't think I'll wear that. Where did I get this? That's kind of cute, but it clashes with my outfit. There we go. Now Jules will love me. It's giving Ash Ketchum. It is. You're totally right. But I think if I wear this, that you'll mostly love me. Yeah? Yeah? I could also be a fish tank. A fish tank with eyes. I didn't notice the eyes at first. That's terrifying. What's this? Okay. Or a stack of books. Very stylish. Love it. Or, now we're talking. Now this is style. This is peak style right there. I also like this one. Arr. I could have a crown. Look at me with my pretty crown. Or we could be a fly. I think. Oh, you can be a kitty cat. Meow. All these hats mess with my ponytail, though. A lay bandana. That's a choice. I need to be a tall boy? Yes, I'm a little short. I could be a camera with a ponytail. A camera with a ponytail. You didn't know you wanted it, but you totally do. Anyway, I don't wear anything on my head currently. I was wearing the little crown. The crown from the event, but it clips through any helmet you wear for some reason, and I hate it. So if it just hit it when I was wearing a helmet, we'd be fine. So we'll stick with our default outfit. And I think that looks like some kind of morph version of an alien face hugger. They're a little creepy. Some of them. But I think that we need to wrap it up for today. We've been going 4 hours. It's a little after 1. Kong's going to be on his way home from work any minute. And that means it's time for me to eat something very soon, which will be great. But it's Wednesday, so tomorrow's Thursday. I should be back around the same time tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern-ish for a little more of this. We'll do whatever the next daily is for the event. We got all 3 stars in all the events somehow. I can't believe we managed to get that on the race one. I thought that we were not going to get that today because I just kept fumbling everything. But we managed. We got like, what, 97 seconds or 98 seconds? It was like down to the wire, last couple seconds to get that 3 stars. It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying the event. So if you have access to it, have at it. You know, get some little cosmetic items out of it. It's been a lot of fun. Let's see who's online, shall we? What's going on the rest of Twitch this morning, afternoon, whatever time it may be? Anybody? That's a possibility. What else we got? Who's this? Who are you? This looks fun. Possibly that. Let's see what else. Do we not have... We don't have a Will Fox stream today. I could have dropped you off at Will, but I don't see him live right now. Wonder what he's up to. Alright. I think we're gonna go over to this other person who's playing Minecraft. I think maybe they've raided into us before. I don't recognize them, so I'm not sure. But... seems like might be a good place to go. Let's minimize that screen, copy paste the name. Thanks for streaming. I'll be working at this time next couple of days. So have a good one, everyone. You too, Mario. You too. If anyone's around tomorrow morning, I will be live around 9 a.m. Eastern time. For reference, it's currently 1:30 p.m. for me. So about 4.5 hours before this, I should be going live. Grab your raid calls here. Hot and fresh raid calls. Also, I'm in all the places. We have Discord now. Come say hi on the Discord. We share pet pics, and Matt shared some really cute pictures that he took at the zoo today. And food and all that fun stuff. We're on Discord now. We're also on Instagram and on Blue Sky. I try to post on both of those, the story and to Blue Sky when I'm going live. I also put that on the Discord now. And I think that's it. Oh, YouTube for VODs. I post the YouTube VODs the next morning if that's something that interests you. Before we go, though, you know the drill. Big old sip of water. Grab your waters. Let's hydrate. Everybody hydrate. Delicious, delicious. There we go. All right, thanks everyone for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your day, afternoon, evening, night, whatever time it is for you. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves and being kind, okay? Let's go say hello to Pixie. I'm not sure I've hung out in this stream before, so hopefully it's some good vibes. Let's go. All right, bye!